quorum now.
Official.
Land.
Live and we're clear. Good morning. After a little bit of technical difficulties, well handled by our Patricia Prentice, we will begin the board meeting. Okay. It is 9:10 and the board meeting is called to order. I'd like to begin, as I did last meeting, by stating our mission. The mission of the Texas Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners is to establish and enforce policies to ensure the best possible quality of veterinary and equine dental provider services for the people of Texas. Agenda item 1 is full board call to order. Dr. Kreiner.
Jessica Quillivan,
Here.
Keith Pardue,
Here.
Evelyn Kreiner here, Samantha Mixon,
Here.
Michael White,
Here.
Randy Skaggs,
Here.
Sue Allen, here, Victoria Whitehead,
Here.
Raquel Olivier.
Thank you. No absences?
No absences.
Thank you. Item 2, consideration and approval of the October 28th minutes. Did anyone have any corrections or comments to the minutes this time? Hearing none, can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Move to approve minutes.
Seconded by Olivier. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Item number 3 includes citizen comments, which we all were given ahead of the meeting. Are there any in-person citizen comments that we would like to have? Didn't get any notification of that. Any question or concern regarding the comments that we received and read?
Are we supposed to discuss those now or in appropriate items where they apply?
You may discuss them, or you can reference them during the specific
Thank you.
agenda items. If
Thank you.
someone
Yeah.
from the public wanted to comment on a later agenda item, they would need to do so now.
Thank you. Okay, I'll wait till it applies.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mathis, for the question. Agenda item 4, Mr. Hollenberg with the Executive Director's report, which we have in front of us as well.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. The printed report is in front of you, and the next several items we'll discuss through some of this. One of the biggest issues taking our time right now is to move to the new building. As you're aware, we're going to be moving to the 1801 Congress building, which is the George Bush building. It's right across from the Bob Bullock Museum, and that move is tentatively set now for us for June the 10th. We're going to be one of the first state agencies moving. We're going to be one of the first smaller state agencies moving. We are moving Lottery Commission and a couple others ahead of us, but we're going to be one of the first to move over there. With that comes a world of challenges. Internet, phone, mail, there's a whole bunch of challenges that we're having to work through. In addition to that, we're going to be moving the agency in less than 5 months. So we're working extremely hard to get our records down to electronic, so we're not moving a lot of paper. Don't have a lot of storage room over there. But we have seen the floor plans. We haven't been able to visit the building yet. We expect that that will happen sometime in May. And so that's going to cause a disruption to us. There's no way around it. TFC tells us, the Texas Facilities Commission tells us that they're going to have us moved over the weekend and we'll be running by Monday. We'll have at least a week downtime. Despite the assurances, I just know for a fact it's going to be a lot harder than just a weekend move. But all the things that goes into a move all applies to us. TFC is providing movers to physically come and move furniture and such that's going over there. But that'll be a disruption to the agency. for at least underlined, bold, italicized, at least a week. The data system we're going to talk about in a separate item, but we currently have 4,300 users. That's up from the 2,300 we had 2 months ago, which was up from the 520 prior. So you'll see that the amount of users coming into the new system now, at least has almost doubled in the last couple months. That's mainly because of renewals occurring in the new system. We're seeing errors on about 1% of those, which we are still trying to track down on renewals. We believe that probably has something to do with old browsers, folks using old browsers, and just computer issues in general. But we haven't been able to find a common problem with the folks that are using that system. 96% of our renewals are happening in the new system. So that's moving along. Licensing, continuing education, as we discussed last time, continuing education is now required for licensees to renew their license. We are still giving a grace period through the end of March. So the official statement is CEs are required. We're not holding compliance on that until the end of March. So that gives folks an extra 3 months to get moving on their CEs if they haven't already. With the passage of the last board rule allowing online CEs, it should be much easier now to get your CEs. Staff changes, we have with us Helen Kelly. Helen is from the Office of the Attorney General. She is serving as our interim general counsel upon Brittany Sharkey's leaving the agency to go off into the political arena. And so Helen is filling in for that position until we get the position hired. We did make a selection for the general counsel's position. We received about 177 views on our posting. And we received about 10% of those actually applied for the position. But we selected John Hargis. John is currently with the Office of the Attorney General's office, and he's working in the Child Support Division. He was previously chief investigator for the Pharmacy Board, doing Pharmacy Board investigations. He's a solo prosecutor from the Department of Public Safety, where he did license revocation hearings. And so he got Assistant Attorney General of the Year last year from the Region 8. So he's got some good qualifications, and we're excited about him coming over. He'll start the 1st of February with us. Next, you'll see the agency operations, fiscal information there. As usual, we are spending under our below our burn rate on the budget. We've got 33% of the year has passed as of December. We spent 27% of that, so we're doing well. A lot of that is because of the vacancies that we have currently. Next, you'll see the licensing stats. We renewed about 3,500 licensees this fiscal year. We've issued 137 new licensees. Those licensees are appended to the back of this packet with the license numbers and who's been issued licenses. 705 LVT renewals, 111 new LVTs. This is one of the first times I will mention that the active Tbvme and LVT numbers did increase. Both by about 100. So we saw that we weren't seeing as many inactives happening or retirements happening in the last couple months. So that number upticked this time. Enforcement numbers, you'll see our enforcement numbers there. We've got 178 active cases. And you also looked at, we made some progress in November and December. Of course, the holidays helped us there, but our complaints coming in slowed from about 31 to 23. And then enforcement pushed out 29 over that time. So we made some ground there. We have about 80 cases sitting over a medical review for pending coming back. And then you'll see fiscal year, we're up one case. We put one case out more than we brought in, so that's positive. We've got about 95 FY21 cases and 82 FY22 cases. We have no 20 cases left pending in the enforcement division. We still have one 19 case pending. And that case is a diversion case. We have next, you'll see the list of all the licensees that we've issued licenses to since our last meeting. And with that, I will answer any questions that you have.
John, what are the 4 FTEs that were currently that are currently not filled?
We currently have our general counsel is not filled. Our receptionist position is open. Our paralegal position is open, and an admin position is open. So the paralegal position we had posted simultaneously with our general counsel position. Once we made a general counsel selection, we pulled the paralegal position down to allow the new general counsel to do those interviews and hire a paralegal. One of the admin positions just opened up last week, and the other admin position is being redesignated into the finance division to give some support to our payroll and finance folks.
Thank you.
So real quick, how many full-time investigators do we have, and are those positions filled?
We have one investigator position that was filled, and then the person declined the job at the last minute. And so that position has just recently been reposted. And so your 4 is going to count. Your general counsel's already been filled. I'm sorry. General counsel was filled, so it's not in your count. So the other position is an investigator position in North Texas. So the license lookup is working. The import was successful, bringing the data over from the previous system. Staff is beginning to upload the documents, the legacy documents, into the system now. And that will close up all of the license lookup documents. So currently, the license lookup is live to see your license status and when you expire. The disciplinary documents were imported and are now being uploaded live into the system. So that is directly related to the vacancies we have in our legal department to upload those. And so I would say comfortably that by the next meeting, we should have those loaded.
That seems like a stretch. Our next meeting is 3 months, and our new general counsel doesn't just start, and then they're hiring a paralegal. So I would actually say it may take longer, but that we're trying the best we can, obviously.
It's definitely a priority for us.
Right.
This has always been a priority for us. My concern has been and still is that I do not want to push data that is not correct and show a veterinarian with discipline that doesn't have discipline. And that's where our problem has been with the old data, both with name changes. The old data was not keyed to their license number. It was by their name. So when multiple veterinarians with the same name, the system is not able to determine who it is without reading the document. And that's where the staff time is having to come in to read the document and then match that person to the correct record. And so that's, I know that we've had comments about, we have veterinarians that have discipline that aren't showing on the website. As always, and we have a disclaimer on there that you can make an open for records request if you have a specific veterinarian. But my fear is that we tarnish the reputation of somebody who should not be. So that's where we're at on the upload once they so on.
So we have the ability to hire part-time, somebody part-time, and help that progress.
So we do. It's kind of an interesting situation with hiring contractors. Because if we hire a part-time person, even for a term position, then that person is subject to unemployment when the term leaves. And so even if we hired somebody for 6 months with an understanding that it's 6 months, that's your term of employment, then they go on unemployment thereafter. And so that's consideration for the agency. We can contract with a temp company to come in. As long as the temp company doesn't work for more than 6 months, that's no problem. If they do work for more than 6 months, they count against us for our FTE count, even though they're a temporary contract worker. And so we're taking a hard look at the positions that we have. 2 admin positions that we have open are not being filled in the same positions that they were in because we need to move them into other areas, this being one of those areas, to help with that. Plus, we're working with our existing staff to fine tune their operations as well. Sure.
Any other comments on item number 4? On to item number 5, which is an update on our sunset items.
Sure. So the last thing that we have remaining on our sunset review, if you just as a review, Sunset Commission in 2016 set us on a short renewal. They came back in 2018, took a look at what we had done. In the last session, they renewed the board for another 8 years, which aligned us back to the 12-year initial review that we should have had. Sunset will be back in November of this year to take a look at our data system to ensure that the data system is functioning better than the old data system was functioning. And so that review will happen in November. We expect the contractors to have the enforcement module completed by May. And so that'll give us June, July, and August, September, and October to work out any issues before ahead of the sunset folks coming back in to take a look at it. But the sunset review is specifically limited to only the data system and has no effect on the agency's sunset date. And so that's the only sunset item that we have.
Any other questions there? Okay. Item number 6, update on pending cases. You kind of summarized some, but
Yeah, so our legal division obviously is somewhat at a halt at the moment. We have 1 employee in the legal division that is working to track the cases as they are coming in and going on hold. I talked to the incoming general counsel about in March to get formal conferences rolling again, because the only way items flow to you for dismissal or action happens out of those informal conferences. It's not something that staff has any control of. And so if we do not get informal conferences going, you're going to have a very skinny schedule for the next board meeting because we won't have any cases. And so the immediate priority is for those informal conferences to start back up and start getting a proposed disposition on cases to go for your next meeting so that you have disciplinary cases to review. On top of that, there's several cases pending staff review. Those will also be in the group that needs to be disposed of pretty quickly and fed to the agenda so that you can take action on them. As it comes from our SOA cases, we're still working. We have assistant attorney general assigned to us for SOA prosecutions on another case right now. We're going to continue to leverage that until our general counsel gets up and running. So as Helen transitions out and the new general counsel comes in, we're going to continue to hold the other, request to hold the other assistant attorney general to help with our SOA cases while the new general counsel gets up to speed. And so that's where we're at on our cases and what we have pending. And then I gave you the breakdown of kind of where our cases are historically on where we're at.
Also, I will point out too, before our general counsel left, we had our IC panels were seeing cases hourly. So we were doing like 8 a day. A few ICs ago, I can't recall exactly when, we cut them to 45 minutes and we're trying to squeeze in, and that was actually working well. So we're trying to clear more cases in the 2-day IC panel that we do, and we were doing them twice a month for a while. So hopefully maybe by the end of February, we can get one done, get our new general counsel in, and then hopefully go back to 2 a month, which is a lot of work, but we are trying to do things that will get cases moving, of course.
So cases coming in soon.
We have one SOA case on the docket that agreed order for you today. That's the case. We do have another case that is that we've requested representation on to proceed in SOA. And then we have several cases that the respondents have not signed in a timely manner. And in my opinion, they are waiting until we docket them for SOA before they'll sign their agreed order. And so that's going to be another avenue that we need to take, is starting to get these cases, these agreed orders that have been proposed as agreed orders to the respondents that have not responded to them, to either sign their agreed order, or we're going to go to SOA to get an order. Why have we not? Staff. Brittany was our general counsel, and she did not schedule SOA hearings.
So, but wasn't that we had lack of staff, it's just the staff wasn't really formally.
Well, the question comes back to when I first got here, we had 2 staff attorneys and not enough work for 2 staff attorneys. Then we became 1 attorney agency, and then we had a lot of work for a second staff attorney. So if we hire a second staff attorney, it will help us get through the current SOA backlog that we have. And then going forward from there, we'll be back to, do we need 2 attorneys? So we have explored contracting with outside counsel to do our SOA cases. That takes approval from the Attorney General's office for us to do. We first asked the Attorney General's office to provide a SOA prosecutor for us. They declined that request. Then when our general counsel left, they did provide us a SOA prosecutor. And I'm going to request that we keep the SOA prosecutor, but there's no guarantee that we will after we get a general counsel. The way they look at it is, if you have an attorney, then your attorney can do that. If you don't have an attorney, then we'll help you, but once we get one. And so the question then is there enough work for a staff attorney in addition to our general counsel? And I had an outside general counsel take a look at our operations when we were posting for a general counsel position. And their opinion was, we do not have enough work for 2 attorneys. So.
And does us taking cases to SOA affect our budget?
Yes.
We don't have a budget for that.
We
budgeted for.
Yeah, I mean,
those
it's just part of our operations budget.
Okay.
I mean, the cost of going to, so it doesn't cost the agency anything other than money. Is we have to pay outside reviewers, we have to have, and we have to pay specialty folks, witnesses to testify and cover their expenses to do so. And so that's where the charge to the agency happens in the SOA cases.
So cases were not being heard, but I want to understand that that was actually the case.
Well, and you may be able to speak more to the SOA cases. I don't know if you know what the current workload is. Because I know they weren't taking away.
Online, and I think that's how they're seeing it.
That is, information, they didn't decrease at all. So
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm struggling to hear Dr. Skaggs. Can you talk a little louder so that I'm interested in this discussion in particular?
The data that was presented that I've seen shows that they didn't decrease at all. In fact, they just kept judging along. I just kind of wondered why that was an excuse last time.
I don't have their numbers in front of me, but I will say right around when the pandemic hit Texas in March, everything was continued for a period of time. And then I would say SOA probably had a backlog of rescheduling those cases. So I think there was some stoppage, some delay. But then, especially going from in-person and trying to reschedule people who are planning on attending in person to get it online, having to comply with the notice requirements for those hearings, which is at least 10 days, but they usually like to see 30 days. So I think there's definitely a break and then a rescheduling, but now I would say they probably are back up to full speed.
I think that's one of our biggest tasks, to get potentially the worst offenders through the civil process, so the public knows it's what our job is, protect the public. The longer those sit in there, and nobody knows about it, the more potential harm that these guys can do.
Right.
So I
It
think
should-
that's one of our main tasks, probably one of our most important tasks. Yet
It
I
should
feel like we just kind of
absolutely
sat on it
be
for
a
just under a
tool
board.
that you utilize.
I have two questions.
Paralegals. I agree with Dr. Quillen in terms of moving the cases quicker. I know it's a large caseload for the general counsel to do the for and cover the rest, like rules and committees and stuff that are required in that job. Paralegals. How much responsibility can a paralegal take? Can a paralegal, a well-trained paralegal take, like the IC's responsibilities? Can that paralegal assist with that? I'm trying to make sure that whoever that our new general counsel hires is somebody who can at least handle some of these legal situations. I don't know the law, so I don't know where paralegals fit as either nurses, doctors. I don't know their relationship. Can a good paralegal assist in that load or not?
And I'll let Helen speak to what the paralegal can do, but I'll tell you that when we went from a staff, when we lost our last staff attorney, and we were looking to rehire, the recommendation of the general counsel at the time was to move that to the paralegal's position.
Okay.
Then COVID hit, and that paralegal's position was pulled back and frozen. We got that position back in September of this year. And so it was posted at the same time, and then we ultimately posted our general counsel position. And so the thought was from the general counsel at the time was that a paralegal was a much more useful tool for the general counsel to have than another attorney. Now, as for what they can do, I'll leave that to Helen.
Well, a paralegal can't provide legal advice during the ISC, so if you're having these informal conferences and have a question about whether, this qualifies or is this in keeping with the matrix,
Can't answer that.
I don't think they can give you the kind of answer you deserve.
Can the paralegal prepare all the cases and do all that labor for the attorney?
I think they can certainly draft up kind of shells
Okay,
for,
then that
once
would-
you have a
then that
good
may be-
template for the attorney to kind of review. And
Okay.
I would say a really good paralegal is valuable. They really know their stuff. They might be almost, akin to kind of like a baby lawyer, so that you just have
Great, I just want to make sure our next legal counsel doesn't burn themselves out. I'm really looking for a great paralegal. So I was looking for the boundaries and the restrictions on a paralegal, so.
one thing, if you guys would indulge me. With a small agency, when you have a GC role and a staff attorney role, it's a little bit difficult for a GC to be taking cases to SOA because at the same time, they're advising the board on the final orders. And so, and if they're participating in the ISCs, the matter of ex parte and what they learn is sort of informal conferences where somebody may be willing to disclose something confidentially that they wouldn't necessarily do at hearing. It becomes a little bit messy. So usually you like to segregate those roles and have one person who is a prosecutor who will take it, and then one person who will advise during the final
So do
board
I-
meeting.
Do I understand you correctly then, from what you're just saying, then it makes me think we do need a general counsel and a staff attorney. Am I correct in what you're saying?
I think that's ideal. I understand budgetary constraints and that may or may not be possible, but I would say if it's something whenever you go back to the legislature for, I would certainly ask.
Okay, well, thank you for the clarification. That helps.
I would just,
I wanted,
I would
Go ahead.
second, I would second that kind of discussion item and just us thinking as we prepare financials and different budgets and looking at where we as an agency are maybe struggling and making sure that the staff positions match the need. I think from an ethical and legal perspective, you kind of need to have that separation so that we can efficiently take care of cases. The separation between the ICs, between the general, like I've served as a general counsel for a government entity, and that person can't do everything. And you actually constrain them because if you want to take them to the next level to SOA or to district court for different situations, you then enter into conflicts of interest, you enter into adequacy of being able to represent when you're going through those processes. So I would really like to see a paralegal position put in. And I would really just like to see that position or something, whether it's a younger attorney, someone at a law school that needs experience, maybe we hire just a smaller staff attorney to handle some of these IC issues. I'm getting kind of, we got a lot of ICs on the docket. We got a lot of stuff that's getting backlogged, and understandably the situation that we're in with losing Brittany, but I just want to make sure that when we're looking at the finances and the staffing needs, that we're going to adequately prepare and go to the legislature and say, look, we have a need. And that's okay. We need an FTE and a half, or we need something. And this is why. I think we've got some pretty good evidence that we have reasoning to hire. And we need to hire to best serve the people of Texas.
So to summarize, the general counsel who we have picked, when he comes on, will that be his purview? Is that his domain? Does he look at the legal needs? Does he then hire the paralegal and a potential staff attorney? Is that his area?
That's how I have managed this agency for 4 years to
Great.
allow it in their purview. I will tell you that the past 2 general counsels have been opposed to hiring another attorney. That's the advice I was given, and that's what I have allowed to happen.
Okay.
If we believe that we need another staff attorney, I can absolutely move in that direction to get another staff attorney. But I have left that opinion to the general counsel, the last 2 general counsels, because it is not my purview. It's not. So if we believe that a second staff attorney is what is best for the agency, then we'll move in that direction.
So John Harvest will make that decision. Will he evaluate it and sort of look at it? and determine?
He can make that decision, or we can discuss with him the historical reasons why we need a second one, and we'll hire a second.
Great.
But if we're talking about just another attorney to be segregated from all the cases we're seeing, that's like impossible. That's like impossible. They're in the same office. What are they going to be doing all year besides waiting to go to SOA? Is there not someone in the AG's office that could take us to SOA? Are they to
The
support us?
concern was that Johnson, he may or may not, given that benefit, which I think is a great option, but you indicated that the AG's office may or may not give us that as a permanent option, which would be the ultimate, which would be a great
The first,
option.
yeah, the first, within the first 2 months of me being here, I met with the Attorney General's office in person at their office and made a case for them to prosecute our SOA cases, and that was denied.
And they signed it.
When Brittany left and I reached back out to the Attorney General's office, they have a new chief now over, over the administrative law. Center. And very quickly upon this request, we got two. We got Helen and Mr. Bregman. And so, we can make that request again to the Attorney General's office as a first shot and see what happens. And then if they tell us no, then we can explore hiring another staff attorney. And I heard recently from some folks that have been around a while, this was before my time and surely before everybody else's time. At some point, this agency had 3 staff attorneys. 3 attorneys, general counsel, 2 staff attorneys. So I don't know historically what happened, but that's what I recently heard.
Wow. Well, thank you. I know this is a long discussion, but I know for Dr. Skaggs, we're not lawyers, so I'm trying to piece together what the paralegal fits with the general counsel, with the staff attorney.
Long discussions are excellent.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You like
That was
discussion.
long. Thank you.
So they covered a couple things that I was gonna ask, but I did have one other question. And it concerns the finance of doing the SOA cases. Are they going to return it in person, or have they discovered that doing them online on Zoom is actually working and therefore more cost effective, which means it could help cut our costs of doing and bringing SOA cases?
I know the ALJs, which some tend to skew older and therefore have some health concerns, underlying conditions, maybe more so. I know they really prefer it. I think for people who live outside of Austin or the surrounding areas, they also prefer it because they're not paying for travel costs, hotels, etc. to come up here. I think there's a little bit of something lost when you're remote, but the technology has improved significantly. People's comfort with it has improved significantly. So, if you're having a liaison, having someone in person is critical, but I absolutely think that the Zoom hearings are here to stay.
So that will help us with our speed and cost,
And for expert witnesses who do
especially if you're
charge
from
for
far
their
away.
travel
Yeah.
time and accommodations, they can just, have an hour taken out of their day. That's a lot more cost effective for an agency than, a whole day that they're spending.
Any further discussion on item 6? Okay. We are moving on to rules committee discussion. There were several rules that we had posted and we got lots of feedback on those rules. Did you?
Are we discussing that with this one or with item 11 or 12 with the actual record, that actual changes to the rules? Which item were we discussing this under?
So,
I know we were just discussing committee, like having the rules committee under this. We should have a rules committee, or how that falls under statute and board regulations, or if we're actually discussing the rules at this point.
I believe that the agenda item was meant for the rules committee discussion on having a rules
On
committee.
having a rules committee.
Yes.
Okay, so is this, Ellen, did we have some legal advice on that?
I'm just gonna pull up the rule. We went back and forth with the governor's office a little bit, and I wanted to know if this was more advisory committee, or no, it's board committee, because the advisory committees have certain provisions that have to be in there, and they weren't sure they were in there. As far as the rule, advisory, of course, doesn't have any authority or rulemaking power, the right board does. So I think for rules committee, if you're doing a rule review, the quadrennial, where you have to go through every rule every 4 years, makes sense. But as a whole, since the entire body is charged with the responsibility of coming up with public policy, and of course, we want every member's input, I can see policy-wise reasons for and against the rules committee, because I think the danger is you have a small subset making the rules, you don't have the full body's input, and then once they've done all this work, when it comes back to the larger body, I think frequently there's kind of the risk of rubber stamping what was done without having the larger input.
Okay, so that is what I anticipated you might say after I read through the statute, and occupations code and 801, whatever, but that's what I thought you might say. So my proposal, going back to something that I had thought might be a good idea when I came on the board, might be a good idea, was for us to, take each rule, and I think we discussed this at one point, either having one person or two people look at each rule and come up with potential ways to streamline it. And then I think it'd be a good idea if we set the current rule in its standing to all the board members, so you can see the current rule. And in the next email, you send potential changes to the entire board, so they can see what the potential changes would be. And then the entire board can say, do we like those changes or not? If they like the changes, then that gets posted through the general counsel to the register. Is that a good way to do that, so that every board member has input on the rule, or what is a good way to do that?
Well, I think in theory it's a good idea, but given the structure of the Open Meetings Act,
Yeah.
you guys can't be sending each other emails
Okay.
on board policy, things you might be voting on at a meeting. And so kind of is that daisy chain that we've been warned about.
So then you want us to take a rule and discuss it rule by rule in the open board meeting?
I think that would be the best.
That'd be great.
But I know that's going to be rule by rule with all of you guys, meeting in Austin or doing some sort of hybrid teleconference meeting. That's why I thought we were going towards this rules committee, where it's a smaller subset of people that are meeting, but there's still the opportunity for public comment at those meetings, but it's more almost like a working group.
Right, do we just need to take away the term committee? I mean, we're not trying to create a new legal committee or anything, so maybe committee is the wrong term, but a few board members were like, let's try to revamp some of the rules. Of course, we wanted to go top down, but then we're realizing we have problems that we're seeing cases regarding records or regarding whatever, so we're focusing on some rules first, but the whole goal was to streamline the rules so that they're easy to read without a law degree, and
Yes, that's
that
really the
our
problem. I did
licensees can understand them. But then we
Yes.
kind of got stuck in the mud on some of the big rules. So if we are allowed to have a working, not committee, where a few of us, which is not a quorum, are first kind of trying to hash out some things and then bring it up,
And then bring it to the
obviously,
board,
to the
right?
board. How are we doing that wrong?
You can do it either way. You can have a small subset of just a few members and call it a working group and to report back to the full board. Or maybe they would draft a proposal and then it would be put up.
Exactly what. Same thing talking about.
I think it is fairly similar to the committee. Once you have a committee, though, you need to make sure you're having, when you meet, those are open meetings. They're subject to public comment, you have to provide notice. So in some ways, that's nice because it keeps you guys accountable and allows for public input early on. So that there are issues in the community, you hear from them earlier. So. But
I personally,
having a committee or having a working group, they're all possibilities. It's your decision.
So is it legally correct then under the statute that we work under, that it's a working group on the committee, and then as a working group, we work on the rules, and then the whole board is presented, and then we have an open discussion as a whole board about what the working group is looking at?
Yes, and I would say usually the board chair would kind of charge a few members with, say, a chapter of the board rules or a subset. And I think, you know, if you have one chapter that's about enforcement, you may want to look at how all those provisions work together so that there's not something conflicting in one rule that you just read it with the rest of the chapter.
So I have two questions on that. One is, would it be inappropriate to say, have two working groups instead of one? If we're limiting each group to 3 or 4 people, then you can either have 2 separate groups working on it versus one, or you could have 2 separate groups working on different sections of the rules.
I don't know of any limitations to the number of working groups.
And my second question is it an issue that we take the board rules that are kind of set up in the same legalese that the statutes are in and just put them in plain, simple, everyday working man's, working person's language?
No. And I think readability is admirable, and I think that's what you want, so the licensees are more likely to comply to understand what's going on. I think there's a tendency to kind of take the statute and then plop it in the rules. There's no need to duplicate, but the rules are meant to expand upon what's in the statute.
To give a definition.
Yes, so to kind of fill them out, the legislature will have something open. And there's a couple of different rulemaking powers. There's broad authority, and then there's explicit authority. They say you need to determine the criteria for X, Y, or Z by rule. Then you guys need to figure out what X, Y, and Z are and state that in rules.
All right. So this, you know, so for this, again, I don't think we can accomplish much in our first year. So I'm afraid that if we decide to go ahead and put all these rules, try to change language on it, we're gonna mess up and lose the intent of the statute or the rule, and then we're gonna get into trouble later on because we're not always gonna try to put it in everyday language. But that's not, it doesn't have the same intent. But I'm not sure that we even need to go through these rules. I just think we're making hard work on ourselves, letting the not accomplish anything.
And it is certainly our general counsel's job to make sure we're not straying from the statute.
So I went ahead and read the 801.151 or the rules of the statute, and then I went ahead and pulled 6 states: California, Oklahoma, Georgia, Ohio, Arizona, and I looked at all of their rules. And we are by far the most top-heavy in legalese language. We are by far the most complicated in legalese language. Ohio has a fantastic medical records rule. It's extremely easy to read. It's in layman's terms. It almost exactly mimics ours, but it's completely basic and easy to read. Our rules need to be redone because that is a real problem. If the stakeholders have to go to a rule and call their lawyer to understand section B, subsection 15, we've got a problem. So when I looked at Ohio, I was like, this is fantastic. Arizona's is like that long, and they basically summarized many things that we have, but they did it in layman's terms. So then I went back to the statute to read if anywhere in the state law of Texas, we are required to put this in legalese language, and there is not. We're not required to put it in language. So if we are veterinarians, it needs to read for veterinarians. And like you said, we have to be able, our 2 goals are to protect the public and to hold the industry to an appropriate high standard of medical care. Those are the 2 things that we're tasked with in the state law. So in order to accomplish that, I believe it serves both purposes to look at the rules and streamline them, and certainly some of them have to be more current. The complementary medicine one has got to be more current. And so I think it's an important part of the board's thing. It's the #1 thing under our statute. The #1 goal of the board is for rule implementation and formation. That's the first thing in the statute. So for us not to do it and to focus only on medical cases, I think it diverts our attention from what we're supposed to be doing.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I was, basically, I was gonna say, I compared our rules to Oklahoma.
Oh,
And Oklahoma was easy to read.
Yeah.
Which is, she obviously looked at more things than I did, but, okay. And I thought, why do we need to reinvent the wheel? Borrow someone else's.
Because it's very simple, and it looks just like ours, only it's very easy to read. We have all the same things in it, so it's important, I think. I think it's important for stakeholders and for the public, even if the public wants to read our board rules. It's very hard to do it, and I think the public should be able to read the rules and say, oh, did they meet A, B, C, D, and E?
And I don't disagree with that. What I disagree with is really trying to input what we feel is important, which may not necessarily be important to everybody else. When we go to importing, instead of making it easier to read, we're going to start adding in, we'll need this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this as well. So I don't disagree with it being easier to read. It's just something for me to go from point A to point B, where then we start putting in. I feel like we need to know EKG values of every dog that comes into the clinic, That's my point.
And we would agree with you, but it's not
That's
our
right.
intent. My personal intent is to actually cut that down. My personal intent from coming on the board was to make these less cumbersome, less overreaching.
But in our offerings today, we did.
Yes, but we can work on that. But we didn't, right, but
I
we
mean, that
can
was our
work
goal
on it.
originally, to make them streamlined.
Yeah.
And yet today we're offering up more data that's needed.
Yeah, but we get to vote on that, and
Yeah.
it doesn't have to happen.
When we get to those, I guess we'll have discussion about those.
What do we have to do to get this working group established, or is it already established with our advisory?
No, well, I think there have been 3 board members that were trying to look at rules and share ideas via phone call and email, which is not a quorum. And Dr. Mixon admittedly has been doing a lot of the work on that. And then that was the goal of that. We called it a committee, but obviously it's not a formal. I agree, it's more of a work group. It's not something that we need to set up in statute or permanent or anything like that, although it will take forever and ever to go through all our rules and write them in a normal way. That's how we've been doing it, so.
Well, we as and maybe we're saying working group and working session interchangeably, but it could be something that we as a board do before each meeting, our next couple of meetings, as we come into for a working session. Under the Open Meetings Act, we have a working session where we're openly talking as a board, and it is public and transparent, as it should be, about how do we make these rules better, but use that as kind of a formal meeting before we go into the official meeting of the board. Am I wrong in saying that we have that legal ability to have a working session? Texas Water Development Board does it pretty frequently. It's something that we can try and match up to our current board structure meetings.
I don't see why you couldn't list something as an agenda item for discussion. So rules, working through whatever rules you plan on talking about.
That would happen during a board meeting.
Yes.
Yeah, not a separate session.
And
Yeah.
you wouldn't necessarily end up taking action if it was just a discussion item, but you could, direct maybe the new general counsel to take
All
the
that
comments
info. Yep.
received and to draft something for the next meeting.
And that seems like how we had done it in the past. Or our general counsel would bring us a rewrite of a rule, and then we would have a discussion as a board here and do that.
And I want to caution staff from doing any of that type of policy work, because that rests solely with the board. And so the
the policy development, the general counsel can craft that, but I want, unless the board wants differently, I would rather rule changes and policies for the profession to come from the board and from the profession and not from the staff. And I think in the past, the staff has written rules which haven't quite hit the mark.
I would agree, I would feel that, that's a frustration on my part.
So I'd rather that happen away from the staff.
Is there further discussion on item number 7? Okay, I am going to take a step back and reopen public comment as we were submitted a public comment. Dr. Gola.
Thank you. My name is Steve Gola. I'm the current president of the Texas Veterinary Medical Association. Thank you for opening that up. Forgive my ignorance. This is my first board meeting in any capacity. So
Welcome.
I appreciate all that y'all do. And I think on behalf of the profession, we thank y'all all for being here. We understand the importance of this group and this body to try to protect the Texas public. And so thank y'all for serving. It's not a job I would want. Hearing those conversation, it kind of makes my skin crawl a little bit. So thank y'all for doing that. With me today, I have our president-elect and then our executive director and JD with us as well, who y'all are familiar with. We are going under some transitions as well. We're losing our executive director and we've hired a new one. So we understand turnover. We're all kind of going through this together a little bit as we transition back to hopefully some normalcy through COVID. But my comments today come with what y'all were just discussing about some specifics with some rule proposals. And we submitted a letter on behalf of the association. I know y'all got a lot of comments from our members. And what we want y'all to know is that we're here to work with you. We think the answer to this problem is collaboration from industry. And we would like to very much partner with those discussions to try to help understand what the rules changes need to be so that we can be a part of it so that we're more accepting of them, as well as to ultimately help make sure we hit the target. So I'll make a few comments on just some of the rules that we made comment to. You've got the letter if you want further in-depth opinion of what our stance is. But the first one, 57352, proposed record keeping rule changes. I think the thing that we would like to understand is what are the reasons why these medical rules need to change and what's the impact going to be in helping to protect the public versus the rules that are currently written. And so our question is our further information required on a medical record really going to protect the public, or is it going to any difference in what the current rules are? Because those that aren't going to comply with the rules. It'll be just hurting those that are trying to apply the rules, but make a simple error, or maybe they're not fully educated what the rule changes. So we would ask y'all to, if we're going to make these changes, help us understand what that impact is so that we can make sure it's hitting our target. That's the big part there. The second rule would be 573.75, duty to cooperate with the board. We think it's difficult for veterinarians to sign an affidavit stating that all information is included and accurate with their response to the board when we receive a very generic definition of what the complaint is, and we don't necessarily exactly know who it is that is making the complaint. And I think it's very, very hard. And at some point, we would maybe be more supportive of that later in the process, but initially, it's extremely tough. And again, the letter explains some examples of that. And then finally, 577.5, committees of the board. If y'all were to create some committees, it sounds like to have worked through that discussion, we would ask that there would be, if there was a committee of 3, that instead of 1 veterinarian being a minimum requirement, we would ask that 2 veterinarians would sit on that committee for obvious reasons from the industry. So those are my comments. If y'all have any questions, I'd be glad to ask, but thank y'all. We would offer, again, veterinarians from industry to help with discussions in terms of data gathering and conversation to try to hit the targets of rule changes. If y'all would allow us to participate, we would.
Thank you, Dr. Gola. Yes.
It's not really usually interactive, but are we allowed to address do we speak now? Oh, sorry. Okay.
Thank you very much.
You could.
We could ask
but you don't
questions.
necessarily have to.
Okay. I just had some information I thought would be helpful, but he might be getting that, because if he's gonna speak to the stakeholders, I thought it might be nice if we get some feedback. If that's allowed.
Sure.
Okay.
Gets us off the agenda, we'll go to trouble.
No.
As long as it's.
Oh, no,
related to this
I'm
knowledge.
addressing your concerns, because I read a lot of these.
Thank you.
And they were very well written, and their concerns were very serious, and that's one of the reasons I pulled all these rules. And in reference to the record keeping, that is not our intent. Our intent as a board is to make it easier to read and less cumbersome, and our first attempt to not do that, and we will go back to drawing board on that.
Point of order.
Number
I'm not sure this is.
Just a minute.
Wait, let me finish. Number two, I know on the comments with the Duke Cooperative Board, we know that's a challenge. And I know that the House bill failed to give you guys relief on that one. The difficulty with that is that I agree that they are general, but I know that the investigators have indicated to me that if any veterinarian has questions, they're not allowed to address the complainant, but they can answer questions about the complaint itself to help the veterinarian give us a complete record. So there is some assistance that when they are under investigation, that they can get some assistance with that. If that helps the stakeholders understand why we need complete records, and the investigators can tell you more about that. But I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate the comments from the stakeholders. They were fantastic, and I made notes, and I want them to know they were heard.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
We heard them and took it seriously.
We appreciate that. We appreciate the constant communication that occurs through your executive director and our association. It's very helpful, and we want to continue to partner in that capacity so we can hit the target. Because ultimately, I think we all want what's best for the animals of the state, and that's the ultimate goal. So
Thank
you all. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Dr. Skaggs, did you have a comment?
Is that time to stop conversation from some potential issues that could come up that could compromise what we're talking about? Should discussion stop to figure out what the point of order is?
Concerns. I apologize. I thought you were meaning to discuss, and I didn't hear clearly point of order. Would you like to
Well, now,
clear
I don't
your
have to indicate,
concern?
but, you know, our vote will be taken later on. But if one board member says, we all feel this way, and this is the way we're gonna try to change that, that's speaking for the board in open session, and I don't want to be spoken for an open session.
You're not part of
That was
making
not
the
point of
rules,
order.
and
I mean, she just said that we're gonna change that today. That's promised, she said in open session. Which we shouldn't even have talked to anybody that makes comments. During the open session, it gets us off our agenda, and it gets us into trouble. So that's not going to work.
The intention is is for them to understand they were heard, that we acknowledge their comments, that they were well received, well taken, they were not dismissed. They were,
Well, you said.
because we all
You're
read their,
speaking
we all
for-
read
You're
it.
speaking for me. I'm not with you. You know, and we'll see how we vote, but I don't want people speaking for the panel on their own, feeling like they know what everybody's going to vote on. That's not the way.
well, we certainly, I didn't take it that way, but no, apologize. Any further comments on, comment, I guess not. We will move on to item number 8, to vote on board leadership. I did not receive any requests for people who wanted to be considered for vice president or secretary. So that means I am assuming that the board leadership will remain the same with Mr. Keith Pardue as our vice president and Dr. Lynn Kreiner as our secretary.
Yes.
So
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, item number 9, committee appointments. So we've already just discussed the item A, executive committee, which will remain the same. Item B is the enforcement committee. which still had Mr. Chacon listed as a member because those were done last January and he left our board shortly after that. So besides replacing Mr. Chacon with Miss Olivier on our enforcement committee as the alternate public members who would sit in on informal conferences with myself and Dr. Mixon, continue to serve there, which Raquel has already got to do some informal conferences with us. So, and our public members alternating in. The licensing committee will stay the same with Dr. White as our chair, Ms. Allen, and Mr. Pardue. The finance committee, I am going to appoint Dr. Skaggs as the chair of that committee, replace Mr. Chacon again with Miss Olivier, and Miss Whitehead is also still listed as standing on that committee. We have 2 advisory committees. The Equine Dental Provider Advisory Committee will remain the same with Chair Carl Mitz, Mr. Lee Vogel, and Dr. Joe Kluhar. And we have an LBT Advisory Committee that will remain to be chaired by David Sessom, LBT. Our board member, Sue Allen, LBT, is also on that committee. Steve Meyer is a veterinarian on that committee. Michael White is on that committee, and we are replacing LBT Cindy Dittmar with Dr. Jacqueline Taylor on that committee. And that is the end of item number 9. Item number 10 is cease and desist procedure discussion. Ms. Kelly.
So I'm happy to answer any questions about cease and desist, but first I would just say that the authority to issue a cease and desist order exists in y'all's statute, section 801 and 508. And it's primarily targeted towards people who are practicing without a license, either veterinary medicine or equine industry. And it really is a precursor to further action. Since it's targeted towards non-licensees, it is somewhat of a remedial factor just to inform them that you shouldn't be doing this, have a license, and the consequences to follow. And so this is something where if you sent out a cease and desist order and then someone failed to comply with it, the Attorney General would step in and go ahead and file for an injunction on the basis of that existing order. They were warned, they were informed of the law, and yet they still failed to comply. And so at that point, the Attorney General would file in district court to take further action.
So that's great news. This has been a really big problem in the industry in the United States and in Texas, is the inability of what appear to be our authority to act upon people practicing without a license. So what you're telling me is that the cease and desist, which we thought was sort of useless because it didn't to be followed, actually does have some teeth in it.
Yes, I think if you follow through the procedures, it will definitely put a stop to that unlicensed practice. And you're right, you know, with a licensee, you can fine them, you can reprimand the license, you can require them to take additional continuing education to get their practice to where it needs to be. But with the unlicensed, you know, where are the teeth?
That's fantastic.
But it is just a warning.
It's essentially a warning. So to me, it reminds me of trespass law. Someone, you know, you don't have to sign up, tell someone, hey, like, don't come onto my property. You know, they've been warned. And so if they were to illegally trespass after giving them notice, then you can take action against them. But you have to give them that notice first.
So we need to pay for some billboards all over Texas and say,
I was gonna say,
no
"Hey,
trespassing."
budget, we need more budget. Sorry, Dan, go ahead. That's
Sorry,
right.
that was terrific. what are some of the legal actions that we can take once we've sent the cease and desist that would have enough teeth possibly to curtail the activities? Something that would be respected by both stakeholders who think we can't do anything and the public who thinks we won't do anything, or the people that are trespassing who think that the cease, that once they've done it, wait 3 months and resume activity because they're not going to do anything.
Right, so I think you definitely have financial remedies where you can find them. And again, you'd have to kind of, if they refuse to pay, you can put a warrant out on them. So if they were to ever come into money from the state, that would be seized and go back to the board. I've also seen criminal kind of penalties where people out there kicked off by the sheriff and pulled down to the hearing. And so it really stands to it what those actions could look like. And of course, it would probably be proportionate to the violation. Because if one animal or do they technically have a license in another state, or are they frequently doing this with their significant?
I look at, not that this is the place to litigate it, but we see this commonly. They have Facebook pages and Instagram accounts in which they advertise their services that are obviously treading on the practice of that medicine. So with that, a one-time on a Facebook page that's been active for 5 years, and they have a large clientele, and one cease and desist is probably not going to touch them.
No, I think we want to be proactive as soon as those pop up to start sending it out.
Of course, we can only send them out at a board, after a board meeting, and the whole board agrees to. Any further questions or discussion regarding the cease and desist procedures that we currently having? Okay, item number 11. First, I'd like to make an apology to all the board members who brought this up for discussion. I think every single board member wanted to bring up for discussion strategies and marketing. I wouldn't call it marketing really, but strategies for communicating efforts from us to our licensees, to the public, to any stakeholders. Almost everyone on the board brought this up for discussion. And I know typically if one person specifically brings me a topic, I put their name on it. It is not a requirement. So I think because everyone put it, we just lumped it in, and I will open discussion now on discussion and strategies for marketing and communications efforts by Tbvme. So anyone who would like to speak on that, please raise your hand and start.
I'll start.
Thank you, Lynn.
So earlier, Dr. Skaggs had sent out a communication that had the board notes from Oklahoma, which I thought were fantastic. And I know over the past few years, we've had many discussions of, can we reinstate board notes? It's a great way to communicate. And I know some of the comments were, well, we have a website. The website isn't the best navigation. It's open to the public. Anyone can view pretty much everything on the website, and it doesn't help the agency communicate directly with the stakeholders some of our concerns. And some of our concerns relate to rulemaking or rule changing or rules in general, and why we are getting complaints or why you are getting agreed orders based on what you did in your record and based on what we have on the rules. So I think with that in mind, and I wrote some stuff down that I thought would be helpful if we could do a collaboration between staff, which is understaffed and overworked, and board members who are overworked and work for free, and talk about, doing a board note. I guess it doesn't need to be quarterly, it could be twice a year. It gives us plenty of time to talk about things. But we could talk about, I listed sections, so we could go through and have something that looks nice, like the Oklahoma notes. And we can always have the mission statement and the goal as the first two items as a reminder to our stakeholders what the purpose of the board is. The Tbvme, their purpose is to make sure veterinarians are doing things for veterinarians. And the Tbvme is to protect the public from actions that may or may not have occurred from veterinarians. So we need to remind everyone of that. I think regularly we get busy and we forget. And so we could have a section after doing mission and goals, we could have a section on agreed orders. We had this many agreed orders in the last session. What we found most egregious is, and we don't have to do any specifics other than if you go to this rule and compare to what this happened or these occurrences, and just give them examples of things that they can do to or fix in their own records before they get a complaint. And then we can have a section on dismissals. And say we had this many dismissals in the last meeting, and these are the reasons why they were dismissed, because your patient records were impacted. Because you know, when referral was offered, you actually wrote it down. Because when the owner declined, you wrote it down. And it's the same thing we talk about in the ICs, but the general stakeholders don't know until they get that complaint why they're going to have issues in the ICs. If we can get ahead of that game, maybe we can make life better for both of us. And then have one, have a funnies section because.
Oh, Lord.
Because why not?
Oh, Lord.
Because we're funny, because we say funny things, Dr. Nixon.
Sometimes.
Sometimes, because, funnies on, oh, this happened, and we're not naming names, but
Dr. Sullivan did it.
So they know that, we're not gonna be here forever. And everything we do is not just to protect the public, but so that when I get out and I'm not on the board anymore, I know that I'm gonna practice a certain way, just like the board, the stakeholders currently practice. Because at the end, we are subject to the rules as well. And we get busy and we forget, and we just need reminders. And maybe have a section on board rule changes and asking for input. Because instead of sending us reasons why you hate the rule change that we proposed and not understanding why we were proposing it, maybe, and I've seen this before because we voted on rules before where someone, like the rabies rule 2 or 3 years ago, someone made a suggestion on what needed to be changed in the rule that would be helpful for all stakeholders. Instead of telling us why we shouldn't approve a rule or why you hate it, give us some suggestions, or we'll ask for suggestions for changing them. Tell us, instead of getting together as a group, they can send us their own suggestions that we can then look at in our working groups. And then a section on agency personnel. Who's in licensing? Who are you talking to when you call in? Who are the investigators? Who does what within the agency? And if we just spotlight one person within the agency, that it makes it more personable for our stakeholders, so they're not afraid, oh gosh, the board called me. Or what does the board want? I don't ever want the board to call me. Those aren't the good way. I think everyone comes out of that school thinking that, but I don't think that's really the way we should be. We shouldn't be adversarial. So we're just looking at ways where we can communicate and let them know that we're in this with them and dealing with the public just like they are, in the same way they are when we're not sitting here in this room. No,
Just looking at Dr. White.
I'm sorry.
Oh, and then we can, okay, then we can have a tip on navigating board complaints. You know, how to get through board complaints. Just something that's helpful and tips on how to deal with difficult clients. Should they know that? Yes, but maybe we can say, well, get them out of your clinic as soon as possible by referring them, which you should offer to do anyway. If you're having problems with people, you know, it's, and remind them of certain rules. They're not required to take some minutes away. And these are things where you can help someone find a vet that suits them better than what's going on in your office. To be helpful to both parties so that you don't have a communication issue that leads to just anything that's helpful for the stakeholders so that they get a fair shot, the public gets a fair shot, and we get a fair shot when we're dealing with sitting in ICs, reading these complaints, and trying to figure out how to manage.
When do we get a fair shot? When was that?
What was that?
Sorry, Dr. White.
I agree with most of what you said. I can't remember all of it.
I'll send it to you.
I'll send it to you.
You know,
Yeah, like,
when I first got out of school, which was a long time
oh,
ago,
come on.
I found the board notes extremely helpful.
Mhm, I remember those.
And being a new graduate, I didn't know all the rules, and by reading, it just give a little synopsis of cases and what people are held accountable for. It really helped me. And I really think we need to do that, and I would suggest quarterly.
I would second quarter with format.
Well, type of email, is then that required or posted on our, I mean, that's the question. And we know by sending out blasts that we get no response. I mean, we get nothing, get no feedback. And I think we've, you know, we obviously have licensees, which are stakeholders, sometimes not current email on their signups, and they're paying their invoices online and all of those things. They're getting probably more current because that's how we send them a receipt, I think. So they probably put in a new email if they have a new email. So, I mean, we have our own licensee email list. The question is, how do we distribute it else? There was some discussion, which is part of the benefit of us having a relationship with the Veterinary Association of this state, is that we could put something in their magazine. Some veterinarians read that. Those are some stakeholders. The question is, how do we get it out to the public? And I think the only way we do that is on our website. So we have to, if we make something, which I certainly agree, I remember, and then PLIT used to put out things, Dr. X and this, so like some educational things on topics, to send out, we need to be able to make sure it's available to all our stakeholders. We can send emails out, we certainly can. We have maybe a good working relationship that we can put a blurb in the magazine and their online stuff at Tbvme. And then we still do need to be providing that on our website, because I think that's the only way where the public, well, the public, I'm sure, can look at Tbvme's website. It might not be able to log in, but can get a hold of all that information. There's also so many other resources for the public that are veterinary driven sites as far as care and what to expect at your veterinarian and things like that. That's not just only upon us, but Dr. Mixon, you had a
I was just expanding upon the idea of the website. We could do it, like a lot of veterinarians do on their websites, where every quarter they have a new informational thing for their pet owners, and then you can have an archive of it. So let's say we started this for the first quarter of 2022, and we did a fantastic outline with the items you mentioned. And that's our first quarter 2022, and it's on the front page. So when you click on the front page of the website, boom, there's your informational fun discussions for that quarter. And then that's archived as the quarter one of 2022. So if you want to see it, you can access it in the next quarter. If you access the board site, it pops up on the main page, and it's the new one. I think the website's the only way to do that. I don't think any other way is effective. I mean, I'd love to say that I read Jeff, all the magazines that come, but every once in a while, if an article catches my eye on a horse, I'll pick it up on a horse.
Right.
Yeah, the website's the best way to do that. The website's the best way to do that.
But we can show it to people. We can't make them read it.
No, but you can put it out there, so they look at these fabulous articles.
But I would personally challenge that with saying, I think social media is one of the best. When it comes to following state agencies and keeping up with the public, if you look at agencies in Texas, social media followers is how many people take in their information. We've got 2.9, almost 3,000 followers on our Facebook page. And obviously the content goes on the website and we use social media to push to the website itself. But, looking at this, I think this kind of goes into this broader discussion of staff and what that looks like. I don't want to put more work on current staff, but there is a strong need for us to increase our government transparency in this manner. If we're having our board meetings on YouTube, that YouTube link should be live and linked to our Facebook page so that everyone who follows gets a notification that the board is currently live. I think we're struggling here, and this is the social media aspect is some low-hanging fruit that we could easily implement with the new admin position or with an intern from any of the universities or in the Austin area. And it's also a great way for us to kind of put out information that I think kind of what Dr. Kreiner is talking about when it comes to the newsletters. I love that idea. In my profession, we get newsletters, we get magazines. But I think kind of the feedback that we're getting in ICs too, it's clear that we have a duty to increase the marketing and increase the communication. And to me, social, and maybe it's just my generation, but even my parents, they get a ton of their news from social, and it's a cost-effective way also to get that out. And then we could partner with with Tbvme to help increase that following. Please be sure to like and follow to get board updates, to participate in this rules process. Understanding that, there's different things that come into play when we're managing a page like this, but as a cost-effective manner and something that I think most state agencies are going towards, it's something that is definitely a lot easier and a lot more accessible than our website.
Looks like you're-
She's delayed.
Oh, that's. Okay, the bottom. Is that the end of your comments, Ms. Whitehead?
Did that literally just not come through? All of that?
No, it did. There's two screens here and I thought you were still talking and it muted, but I'm not a technical person. We got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your input.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any further discussion and strategies, ideas? So those are all good ideas.
The only other thing that the only other thing that we did talk about in the rules committee was possibly utilizing renewals as a way of getting data and information from our licensees. So if we had certain things that we as a board wanted to particularly get feedback on, using the renewal process might be an easy way to do that. 4 or 5 questions you have to answer before you renew your license, especially in some of these areas where we really need feedback. We think it's a problem, but we have no concrete evidence that it is something that's occurring.
That's true. We discussed a survey of like 4 to 5 questions for licensees that might help us with what their main concerns were before they got their license renewed, so we'd have more input from the licensees. We discussed that that's a good idea. Again, it's more work for staff. I'm sorry, staff. Work staff.
It's just hard to do and not to make it.
Have them fill out the survey?
Yeah. I'll be creative.
Okay.
But yes, thank you for that reminder. Excuse me. Any other questions or comments on item number 11? Okay, hearing none. Before we move on to item number 12, I am going to, if no one else needs one, I'm going to call for a bio break. 10 or 15 minutes, please, and we will take a break. It is what time officially? 10:40. Thank you. Bye.
Mr. Pardue, you having a good week?
See here, am I unmuted?
Yes, sir. Mhm.
Yeah, I am. I ended up having to come up here unexpectedly because my daughter, who's a nurse practitioner, RN, has been going around the country helping COVID patients. And so she's in Idaho right now, but she took a position at an Indian reservation just for a few weeks, but it has the highest crime rate of any place in the country.
Wait, I think we got a mute.
Oh, I got
Sorry,
muted.
I think we're still live. Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
So you want me to repeat that?
No.
So,
One second.
Thank you for celebrating me more.
It is 10:50. We are returning from our brief break. Thank you for that bio break.
Okay.
We are back in session. We are proceeding on with item number 12, which is discussion, recommendation, and possible action regarding adoption of rule changes to be published in the Texas Register. It's under your name.
Yeah, that's just because we have a general counsel.
Yeah.
So it's up before you is, we're going to do 12A, so it's veterinary patient record keeping, the amendment to that rule.
Sorry. Oh, yes. And before we continue, I failed to remember to discuss the fact that we have 2 board members attending virtually, which was not the original plan. We had 2 crises that prevented them from being here, but those board members who are attending virtually will not be allowed to vote in session because we did not post that we were doing virtual
Yes,
with them.
and if I may, we're taking that action because an action taken in violation of the act, in this case, giving notice of a virtual meeting would be voidable, so y'all can still appear and participate, but we're not going to allow you to vote so that the action taken by the larger board, of which there's already a quorum present, doesn't have to be undone or could potentially be undone at a later time.
understood.
So this could have been remedied if we had just like anticipated and posted it as potential virtual too.
Yes, I think going forward, having a video conference option would prevent this from being a problem in the future. That's the way you guys can participate.
Thank you, I would agree.
Please.
And we did do that because the 2 of you were planning on being here and there were 2 situations that changed that acutely yesterday, correct? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, thank you. So in regards to item A, 573.52 veterinary patient record keeping, we have all read multiple responses to that rule. I think multiple stakeholders would like to have input and discussion of that rule, so we will not be approving any rule changes. Do I need to vote for that? Okay. Is there any further discussion about that rule change? No, I agree with being full.
I do have a question. Since the rule change was set for vote to be approved, do we need the first motion to approve that then gets, it doesn't get a second before we decide to?
I think after discussion, we can just,
I think you can frame the motion however you want.
Yeah.
So the motion can be split for further
Further
discussion.
discussion.
Okay, I motion to pull 573.52 amendment for discussion.
Second.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Next one for your consideration is 12B, duty to cooperate with.
The reason that this rule was created is because we end up with a problem when we end up with a medical reviewer trying to review cases or an IC panel who's live in a panel discussion, not having all the adequate information that we need at that time, which is a severe waste of time of our volunteer medical reviewers. Many of them are, unless we need a specialist, and our board panel who helps with ICs. So this is very frustrating. Discussion. First, second.
So I'd like everyone to understand that there was already this rule to cooperate with the board, and it was more cumbersome and top heavy and hard to read. So this is actually our attempt to make this readable and condensed. I did read the stakeholders that commented on this rule, and I understand their frustration. One of the main comments was, it's very hard for me to know how to submit complete records when I don't know who's complaining or what they're complaining about. And my response to that is, by statute, you're not allowed to know who the complainant is, but our investigators are very decent people, as is our board. And the investigators, when you make contact with them to get assistance with the complaint, they can tell you what the complaint is, and they can tell you what you need to submit. So there really shouldn't be this fear of ambiguity, because you can know what the complaint is. You just can't know who filed the complaint. That's my understanding from the investigators. Is that accurate, John? Yes. So there's not as much ambiguity as the stakeholders think. There's not as much ambiguity as you think. I realize that being asked to sign a document is nerve-wracking. Under the B section here, under 2, to submit a written response with complete medical records, B says the licensee is unable for good cause to meet the response date and request a different response date and ... So if the licensee feels that they've submitted everything they can, but they are concerned, they can submit a written statement under B that says, I've submitted everything that I think is pertinent without knowing the full scope of what I'm being accused of. You can write that under B and you are covered and you can still sign the document. But it's very important for stakeholders to understand that the amount of time that we spend as a board and the amount of time that our board members spend reviewing cases, the amount of time we spend in ICs is extensive. And many times the information that's not submitted to us is actually the information that would have cleared the veterinarian. It happens over and over again that the information that they chose not to submit would have cleared them of wrongdoing. And it is incredibly frustrating to be sitting in a Zoom meeting thinking you have all the records in front of you when suddenly the lawyer or the veterinarian says, wait, you're missing x-rays. And literally the room comes to a halt. We're missing what? We're missing x-rays. Well, that's a critical part of the record. Why isn't it there? And to be frank, I think that the IC committee has been very generous, more generous than we could be under the law with those circumstances. when we give them the time during the IC to go run, get them, send them to us, and then have us say, if you submitted these to the medical reviewer, you probably wouldn't be here today. So it's not a funny thing, this rule. You do not take this lightly. This is a serious situation that we are presented with on a regular basis. And this rule is important for the board to function to protect the public. That's why we have the rule. So I know the stakeholders are frustrated, but that's why the rule is there. And I'm saying that for clarification.
Okay, but you're correct. Ken.
My comment would be, we could add one more to it. If they don't want to sign off on it, which is fine, don't sign off on the fact that you state that you provided all the records. When we get to IC and all the records weren't presented, they are no longer, we can no longer accept records once IC. That would be another option if you don't want to certify. Alternatively, if you don't want to do B and sign for it, or number 3 and sign for it, then number 4 would be, if you refuse to sign for the records and state that you got all of them, once you get to IC, no other records can be submitted in your defense.
That's
Period.
fair.
And then they can choose, I don't want to sign
That's
for it.
fair.
Then they don't.
Just a minute.
It's their choice. They can choose to sign and say you have all the records and make sure they've done their due diligence to get all the records. Or they can say, I'm not signing that because I don't want to perjure myself inadvertently. But oh, it's 3 or 6 months later and
Longer.
or longer, and I can't believe you didn't have these x-rays on this case that I've been dreaming about, because you know that you get a board complaint, that's all you think about for about 6 months, is that board know that you have all the records. And I know that's sometimes hard because I personally had to ask for video when video was supposedly sent. And at least it happened in the review as opposed to getting to IC and the video wasn't there. So it was an irritation, but it was just an irritation of one person, and it took the case longer to get through versus going to IC and then discovering there's video proof that you didn't do what they claimed you did. So that is another valid option that we can add in there, which should alleviate this concern about signing the document proving or stating that I've sent you everything.
Big skags and then white.
No, I would just, just to clarify that, when I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. She said statute, that is legislative, that's not us. When she says that the statute will let you know who's filing the complaint, that's not the board,
No.
that's the legislature. So I just wanted to make that point. It's not, we're not
Yeah.
voting that, it's the legislature.
Correct. Dr. White.
Yeah, I know one of the issues that vets have with signing this form is that they do relief work. They don't have control over the record.
Right.
And that creates a big, I would have a problem signing and say, yeah, you have all the records when I don't know that they've been sent.
Okay. I can answer 2 questions to that. Number 1, I do some relief work now. Your records are your records. You can walk into that hospital and get your records. Or are you getting a board complaint and then calling the clinic and saying, please send all my records? I would be there myself and I would be like, what case is this? I'd be pulling up the records. I'd be looking and see what, I think there are a lot of veterinarians who rely on their staff to answer their board complaints, and it's not working out well. Like they're, okay, send everything here. And they haven't assured that they've sent everything, and maybe the staff doesn't understand what types of stuff. And I would also like to point out that the record keeping rule that we're trying to change is because we're seeking some of these informations in the IC. So, you know.
I agree. I mean, doing medical review is very frustrating not to have the record. But I'm looking at complaints from people that they may fly to different areas and do relief work. They can't just walk over there and get the medical records.
That's
So
true.
how do they, and I understand technically they're all your records.
Yep.
Um,
Well,
well, no, I understand the reservation of signing the document like that.
So my question keeps going back to B. I don't understand why the stakeholders can't read that sentence and write a response that addresses every single concern everyone's bringing up.
Right, I am not
Agreed.
able to get
Right,
access to my clinic
So I don't
to the
understand why
clinic,
you
to the
can't
record.
read B
and
and write a sentence. We're all educated doctors. I don't understand why you can't read B and say, I am a relief veterinarian at Clinic A in this city. And then this is why I only have access to this and the clinic's holding this, because if we know that, then that helps us as a board to understand where the veterinarian's coming from. It's amazing to me how many veterinarians do not put that in their written response. They are doing a relief, it says, I'm a relief veterinarian, I was at this clinic for one day and this is what transpired. That would be important, and it's right there in B.
Well, B, it looks like it's only talking about the date, response date. Is there something else at the end of that?
It's basically, it says and ... So basically we could put something in there and you could add, and it's unable to, procure records.
Yeah.
So B is where we can put something that gives you that opportunity to respond, to say, I would love to give you the complete records. I think I have all of them. Here's what I have. I'm signing this document in good faith, but I am a relief veterinarian. I was only in that clinic for this 24-hour period. And then as a board and as a medical reviewer, that gives us complete clarity as to what the situation was.
My comment to that is, we can certainly fill that information in for them beforehand. And I cannot procure the record for and this reason, and then leave a blank for that reason. And then that gives the investigators the opportunity to go to that clinic and go, why are you holding out? When we ask for these records, right?
yes, because they have so much free time to just pop over to clinics to get the medical records
But,
from.
and that's why we use the
Send
phone.
anything, yeah.
That's why we use the phone and the email and the fax and whatever. But maybe what we do is we highlight, bold, capitalize to make that one stand out. Because your concern is why aren't they reading it?
Right.
So we set them up for success by saying this is important. And so the type can be different. We can't individually tell them they actually have to read the rule. They have to read the rule, but we can certainly make it easier for them to see what's really important in the sentence.
Dr. Scott, go.
How critical is this? How many times is this really made?
Every IC,
Every IC.
every single
At
IC.
least one IC
Not every
per
single last.
Oh, every single 2 days that I have been there, we
At
had
least
at least
one.
1 to 2 cases in
At
which we
least
had to stop the
one per
entire
day.
case.
Okay.
one per day.
More what?
I see it even in the medical record.
I do
I
too.
have this myself, get all the records.
Yes.
I see it in the
I mean-
reviews, which is why I'm on the phone calling, please send me more information. This is missing. Where are the x-rays? Where's the ultrasound? Where's the video?
Yeah, sometimes our medical reviewers do catch it, and then they're the ones who are calling the investigator saying, it mentions x-rays, why are those not? But again, that ties into what is recorded in your medical records. That's the medical record rule. All images or response of those images, reading of those images, those are the things that are part of your record. So we're giving them the definition of what your full record is, and they still, not everyone, I'm speaking of, of course, the few, but the few that are in front of us, are not getting it to us. And it's just very frustrating when we're trying to get through cases and we can't because of failure to cooperate and submit the entire record.
So why don't we come up with the wording to go into B
Absolutely.
right now. And then if you like my idea, we can also put that in and then put it out there for the stakeholders to review. Would that be possible? Or is that worthwhile?
Well, I think if we want to edit the rule as we go now, that's what discussion is for.
You would have to allow public comment to happen. That's a substantial change to the rule.
Right.
So it would have to roll to the next meeting and then have to be posted.
I guess I would
What's the
recommend,
dramatic change to the rule? To duty to cooperate, so dramatic change is.
Would be finishing the sentence on B and then adding in the in lieu of signing, and you waive your rights to any additional records.
Yeah, I don't want it. Okay.
I guess my recommendation would be to vote, to make a motion to adopt
Accept
the
or
rule
not,
as
yeah.
it is, and if that fails, then to consider possible changes.
Do I have a motion?
How are we supposed to say it? How are we supposed to say the motion?
This is a motion to accept it as it is.
Yes.
So I motion to
If no
accept.
one-
And if no one seconds, then it dies.
Okay, great. I motion to accept rule 573.75 as it is.
Do I hear a second? Okay. So we'll pull this rule for further discussion.
Excellent.
So do we want to just vote for discussion or do we want to amend it now for the register? Or how does
Sorry.
that?
Is the motion to approve it? Is the motion to approve it as written and proposed?
Yes,
Yes, and it failed.
Okay, that motion failed.
yes.
Okay, sorry.
Not a second.
The concerns that I'm hearing, and I don't think anyone's mentioned it, and I'm sorry, the internet keeps going in and out, but honestly, when it comes to responding, what I've heard is veterinarians want to speak with their legal counsel prior to signing a document. And I am hearing that, I guess, the legal counsels that many of them reach out to just aren't available in that kind of time frame. So the time frame is an issue of what I'm hearing, but I do not get to vote on this today. All good.
Lawyers are busy too, apparently. Okay, so that has been pulled for further discussion and work, and we are on item C, committees of the board. Amendment. What was the-
Yeah, so this one kind of relates back to the agenda item we've already talked about. I think it goes hand in hand with the rules committee. And if you're going to pull the rules committee one down under agenda item 7, then I think this one is pulled down as well. Because this talks about the makeup of that
Okay.
committee. Yep.
So we do the same motion and then no one seconds it?
I think on this one, your motion is to pull the rule down for further discussion. It would be the motion if you're not wanting to do anything with it now, which is the same as we did on the other.
So do I hear a motion to remove?
You can do it either way, just because it's on the agenda means you have the opportunity to discuss it, doesn't mean you have to, so either way.
Okay, so I vote to pull 577.5 amendments.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Lemmings, like children, all look for the
I
way,
think
same
so.
way.
No, the special words. trip everyone up.
I know.
Well, we're not lawyers. That's a good thing, I think. Maybe. Okay. So all of those are pulled for further discussion. We are now moving on to agenda item 13, consideration approval of agreement agreed orders.
On the approval of the agreed orders, in your packet here, we have received, information that several of you or some of you wanted to pull certain cases. So I'll go down this list of the ones that we have received, advance notice on in order as we flow down through here. So we've had a request to discuss CP 19-078, CP 19-277, CP 19-278, CP 19-295, CP 19-321, CP 19-382, CP 20-142, and CP 20-186. And continuing on to the next page, CP 21-1228, CP 21-129, and CP 21-415. Are there any others that you would like to pull? That's on that list. We'll do a section of those.
For the rest. So beyond those cases that were listed for pulling for executive session discussion, I would like approval of the rest of the cases in item 13. Can I have a motion?
Move.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Item number 14, consideration and approval of cases recommended for dismissal by informal conference.
Okay, we've had requests to pull CP 20141, CP 20218. Are there any others that need to be pulled from agenda item number 14?
I have a motion to approve all other cases besides the three pulled for item number 14.
Move.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Item number 15 is consideration and approval of cases recommended for dismissal from medical review.
Okay, we've got a request to pull CP 21-024, CP 21-090, CP 21-141. And see on the next page, CP 21-434. Are there any others?
Barring the pulled cases, do I have a motion to approve the rest of the cases under item 15?
Second.
Okay. Pick one, Randy and Lynn, first and second. Whoever's keeping tab. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Item number 16, consideration and approval of cases recommended for dismissal by staff.
We did not receive any free pulls on that one. Anybody need to pull one of those 4 cases?
Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve item number 16?
Move.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, item 16. Included. Item number 17, new board member manual, acknowledgement and signature, Mr. Hellenberg.
Okay, each of you received the manual within your board materials. Each of you have signed the document saying so, and I have it here before me. Mr. Purdue and Ms. Whitehead, you will receive yours electronically to sign, your acknowledgement letter. And with that, we don't need any other action on number 17.
Thank you. Item number 18, possible agenda items for future board meetings. Obviously, we'll be working on goals some more. Yes, Dr. White.
I would like to discuss titles used for licensed and non-licensed veterinary technicians
Nice.
and assistance.
Good. Wonderful. Any other known, we can always add later, a week before we post. Any other known topics or agenda items? Okay. So we are finished with item number 18. It is currently.
Sorry.
Yes.
Can we also, I think on there, also discuss dates for future board meetings on 18?
Oh, sorry, yes.
And also on that note, moving to the new building has created some scheduling issues with multiple agencies trying to schedule now new meeting venues at the new building. And
Already?
yes, well, and the system's not up yet to do so. And so what's going to happen is as soon as it goes live, every state agency in this building and in that building are going to try to reserve rooms. So if we can go maybe a year out in dates, that would be great for us so that we can start getting those reserved, because we're going to be at the mercy of the nursing board, the medical board, and all the other boards trying to get the rooms over there. So
We talked about the board meeting. That's state campus. Our next.
Probably not our next, but potentially later in the year. Next is 3 months. I don't think they do.
April.
Yeah, we're not.
So it'd be April meeting, and staff wise, it doesn't matter to us where or when you have that. I do agree that we were going to do that. We had that scheduled for a meeting at A&M, and then COVID shut that down. So excellent idea. It doesn't matter to staff. We'll make whatever happen on our side. But if you want to do that in April, we can look at that. I would say let's go ahead and set the dates so that we can start. The April date, we will be here in this building, so we'll reserve that date here. Then in June, we'll probably be at the other building, or we may be at the Capitol too. We have the option of using some Capitol hearing rooms in this interim time as well. But we just need the date so that we can start planning out as much as possible.
And I agree, I think it would be a push to be at A&M in April, but maybe summer or the fall. We could shoot for that. Yes, ma'am.
Is that when we're testing? That's when we're testing all the graduates.
Yeah, I think they did have the opportunity to take them earlier in the year and April, so the graduates aren't going to be there. Yeah. Yes, and then look at one of the, but let's get the dates squared away. And so our next one is supposed to be April. Patricia, ma'am, do you want to throw us out some dates you would like, and then we can all.
Any time in April is fine. Later, the 19th, 26th, if you want to keep it on Tuesdays. 14, 21, 28 on Thursdays.
I
No
really
Thursdays.
I really like to the 26th open, so does anyone have a conflict? I'm happy to go.
I'm 19 or 26.
Yep.
26 sounds great.
So we're getting late. What is today? This is January. Okay, I guess it's 3 months from now. April 26th, Tuesday.
Next one will be in July.
Did you say we'd have a June meeting?
If July, if we go 3 months out, I'd like to stay away from June because we're moving that month.
Oh, okay, yes, sir.
And that gives us another 1926 option if it's on a Tuesday.
July.
Yes.
I have a good child. I have a good child. He's trying to help me move something.
July 19th.
I like 19.
19th of July.
All right, then we're into October.
Do we have one before our fiscal year, or does that create a full board meeting? Okay.
So that would be in June, but July is when we're in the new building.
July will be in the.
Or we'll try to be at A&M or Tech or something like that. Maybe do something like that.
A&M's a lot closer to most of us than Tech is.
I know, okay, we're aware. We would never, we would never do that. Okay,
So October, we're looking at 1825.
18.
18.
And then we're back to January, folks.
October
Yeah,
18th, that was it. October 18th.
18 in October.
January loving.
January, we're looking at,
Sorry?
January, we're looking at the 17th or the 24th.
17. No one else is listening, so I'm picking.
What?
January 17th.
Wait, what? You're doing January already?
That's 4.
That's a year out.
They asked us to do a year out.
And
Who knows if we'll all be here then, but the best. Let's just.
yeah, and those are tentative dates. You can't, up until the time that we have registered postings, we can't change those, but that's,
We're trying to
So the
stay.
17th of January.
that'll allow us to schedule into the new system at least into January. So we found out that the other boards, when we had the meeting about the scheduling system.
They were already
But they-
scheduling meetings in a building that's not completed.
Yes, we asked, somebody asked, how far out do you post? And they're like, a year. And we're like, well, no wonder we can't get parking
Yeah.
spots downstairs. So,
Oh, by the way, that was.
Okay,
okay.
are you guys happy with that?
Yeah.
Okay, that was the rest of that. Okay, so item number 19, it is now 11:25 a.m. On January 20th, 2022, at this time, the board will go into closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 551071. The board will stay in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 551074, 551071, and 801407. At this time, the board requests that all board members, non-board members leave the room with the exception of legal counsel, necessary staff, and board agent identified by name. Okay, it is 1:30 and we are 1:30 a.m. on PM on January 20, what is it? 5th. The board is ending in closed session. No decisions were made in closed session. We are returning for the cold cases to item number 13.
Board members will take this one by one, but up for your consideration now is CP 19-07.
Move.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Next is CP 19-277.
Move.
All in favor? Any opposed?
CP 19278.
Move.
All in favor? Any opposed?
CP 19295.
Move.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes, it'd be a lot easier for the same person to do it. For your record keeping.
It's okay, I'm doing it. Go.
CP 19321.
Move.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
CP 19382.
Move.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
CP 20-142.
Move.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
CP 20186.
Move.
Second. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I don't have the CP in front of me, but I do believe I need to recuse myself from one of them, even though I'm not a voting member today.
Okay.
Please recuse me from the Dr. Whitney Ledford CP.
Okay, we've got you down for it.
Thank you. Sorry, just let the record reflect.
CP 21128.
Move.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
CP 21-129.
Move.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
CP 21-415.
Move.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Moving on to item agenda 14, there were a few cases that were pulled there.
CP 20141.
Move.
That 2-1.
20141.
That was one of the pulled ones.
I moved on that one.
Second.
It's possible to say,
All.
it's not 2-1-1-4, not second.
We have a 21141 later.
Sorry.
Okay, so we are talking about CP 20141. We got, I need an all in
We got a
favor.
first and
We had motions and second. I need an all in favor.
Aye.
And any opposed?
CP 20-218, and Ms. Whitehead is recused on this.
Yes,
Move.
Second.
all in favor.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
CP 20326.
Move.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We're moving on to item number 15 for the cases recommended for dismissal from medical review.
CP 21024.
Move.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
CP 21090.
Move.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
CP 21141.
Move.
Second.
Do I have all in favor?
Aye.
How many ayes? I need to see hands.
Oh, what?
What?
That's the one that we were.
No, stop. Stop.
Stop.
We have a.
Just stop.
We have a motion. and a second?
Yes.
Do I need a vote
Okay,
on whether we are,
now let's start that one over.
no, we can't, we have a
Just because you
motion.
made the motion, say, back at protocol.
So I need to know, are all in favor of continuing this as a dismissal?
No,
No,
No.
no, no.
no.
So I have votes to pull this case for informal conference or secondary medical review.
Yes.
Yes.
C and pretty much everyone
So we're actually voting no, or
to not be dismissed from medical review,
so we should be voting no. and instead of yes.
to pull, yeah, I asked it differently, but yes, we are pulling this case for medical review. Is that,
Yes.
Yes.
Full for medical review. Do we need a motion on that one?
we did.
I think we got the
already
motion.
We got the
motion.
motion. All right.
CP 21434.
Liz?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thanks. Okay. It is 1:35 and this meeting is adjourned.
We need a motion.
I need a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
We decide classes.
We checked on that, and I think we have all the correct signatures. Patricia, we're good on the signatures?
Yes.
Yes, no, sir, you don't need to sign.
Awesome. Okay, that was it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. It is 1:05. This meeting is